Good morning, happy Sunday. Go ahead and share the main screen. There we go. All right, so um, kitty cat is meowing. Hold on just 1 second. All right. He was thinking about wanting to come go into one of the other rooms, but when I opened the door, he ran the other direction. Sort of like a normal cat. Also, that camera's in the wrong position. I need that to be over. There, okay. I think that's better. All right. Okay, so got you going. I can turn the volume down a little bit. I looked for my Wacom tablet. It's not really a tablet, like the drawing tablet. It's not the fancy one. But I looked for the Wacom tablet cable so that I can connect it to my computer and then be able to like draw any of the plan documents out. But unfortunately, I couldn't find it. So we're gonna have to do all of our drawing plans either on the whiteboard if we're not using the cat cam, which the cat was there for a second and jumped off and is no longer in the room. So I might as well uh, move this back. Let me temporarily turn it off. Off. You can. Wait. On. Put a little deck. We'll move it back. I left the door open just a slight bit so that the Zilby can come in if he wants to. Otherwise, he'll probably be roaming around the house. He's been getting more confident recently. All right, so and I can hear him playing playing in one of the other rooms. So. All right. What is the plan today? Well, the plan is to start working on a brand new game, and the game is going to be based upon um, the good old, like very old Pitfall game. So, if any of you remember Atari systems, go ahead and try to find a YouTube URL for this. Let's see, what was it called? It's all. There we go. Here's a long play of it. And we'll open it up in this browser.
Writing's not that easy.
Oh, come on. No advertising, please. Okay, so Pitfall is it was a game made in Atari 2600. It was basically way ahead of its time for like what the Atari could do. They had to do a lot of tricks behind the scenes to get it to work. There's a great GDC talk about Atari, but more importantly, it was one of my dad's favorite games. So I barely remember playing it, but he told me that this was one of his favorite games. Um, one of his favorite games, and also one of the last games that he was able to play before, uh, computer games just became too complicated for him. So I was thinking for a Christmas gift, especially since I can't actually go visit him this year. Um, I'm gonna want to build something like this for him so he can play it. It's the game, as we can see, it has 20 minutes. Where this is the main character, so it's a very simple sprite sheet. That's, I think, something that we can easily make ourselves too. And then there's these screens you have to go through. And so the point of the game is traverse through this jungle and find 10 of these items, but I can't remember like exactly how many there are. And I think like at the end of the the timer is just over. And I don't think you have to go like to any place afterwards. It's just a very like the game premise is pretty simple. Just travel around and find these items. There's this underground area and they have a scorpion. So my thoughts are we're gonna want to create. It's obviously we can't create this itself. I think that Pitfall is still under copyright, so or maybe trademark. Anyways, it wouldn't be called Pitfall anyways. We're gonna create something else. But it's gonna be heavily inspired by this. So I'm thinking more of like, let's see, this is Pitfall. Maybe like, I don't know, I think Jungle Runner would be right. It's not like an infinite runner, but it's sort of like something jungle, like jungle exploration. Maybe that could be like the working title, and we can come up with like a better title later, like jungle exploration. And then we're gonna want to figure out how to like what screens that we want. Like, do we want to just sort of copy the general idea of what we have here? I love the idea of the swinging rope and the alligators or crocodiles. I'm not sure which ones they are. I think that's gonna be pretty important to keep. The barrels maybe, and the upper and lower down part. But beyond that, like we can create our own relics that we have to pick up, and we can create like a different enemy that's like down here. Maybe even a series of enemies. I'm not exactly sure. Also, there are sound effects for this. If I turn off the music, you'll see the great sound effects of the good old Atari 2600 system. So here. Those are the types of sound effects that we had way back in the day. So we can maybe not have those exactly the same either. So that's the idea. Name of it, let's go with something like jungle explore, jungle exploration, jungle runner. I don't know. What we can do is we can create our GitHub repository, which we're going to put our plan into. And so that should be fine. Let's come into here, create a new repository on GitHub. Like everything, we'll make this open source so you can all sort of take a look at it and follow it along. I'm not planning on selling this game. This is really just going to be a gift for my father. But if any of you want to play it either during it or at the end, or even contribute to it, I'd be more than happy to sort of like take a look at all the things. So call this Jungle Runner, Jungle Fall. Get the relics. I have too many like get the. I think I don't want like temple, like there's like a temple run game already. So maybe it can be like an like I think like one of the really big things about this kind of game that you're sort of like pretending that you're like an archaeologist running after to try to find all these relics that are just sort of sitting out there. So maybe the story is going to be um, there's been this big storm, and all these relics have been scattered around, and you can go in, but you only have a limited amount of time to pick things up before I don't know, they get covered back up again, they get recollected, and we have to go find them. So maybe we'll just do like jungle the game description. um Game inspired by Pitfall. Where the player runs through the jungle to find relics. Okay, so access public, that's fine. I come to here, that's fine. Default branch main, that's okay. So all these things, let's make this let's do MIT. This feels like a long time to clone something. Let's go ahead and open this up in our editor. So here we have our very basic one. Oh, VS Code updated. All right, so let's do jungle. This game is inspired by Pitfall from the Atari 2600. For this, I probably want to like link to the actual Pitfall game, so I'll leave that for later. Let's see, and then we want to get into the plan. So what we learned from the last time we made a game was we really want to spend a little bit more time creating some kind of a game plan, maybe game design document. It doesn't have to be like exactly like this is exactly what's gonna happen and how it's gonna happen, but it needs to be something enough for like the entire game through, and like little things can change, but if there's big changes, we're gonna have to come back to the plan again and sort of like update that. I'd rather spend more time up front than realize that like we have bad architecture because we didn't spend enough time thinking about this. So what is it really going to be? So first of all, I'm thinking this is going to be single player. So I guess this could be like design doc. We're going to go with single player. And then I think I do like the idea of like the hard timer. Like we could basically have different levels of difficulty for this. We could have a hard timer for that's exactly like what we see here, where they started with 20 minutes on the clock, and at the end of it, I think it's just game over, and it just ends. We can check really quickly what happens, because I don't know if this person actually wins. Oh, of course, another advertisement. Well, in the meantime, okay, so single player, and then I think I want like a timer. So no, like previously, we can just start with what they had, which is 20 minutes on the clock. I don't know if I want, like, I could create another difficulty level, which really just like increases the time amount, or I can have like a setting where you can like set what the time you want to be, like maybe free play, like you just run forever, and then the timed amount. So this is still like, should we have a free play? We're also going to want a splash screen because that's something that I've learned is just jumping, like diving straight into the game isn't really super nice. Having something pop up, uh, let you like sort of think about what you're going to do, get yourself a plan, ready, like psyched up, and then you press return, especially when we have a timer system on here. So that way you don't have to waste any time while you're playing. So we're going to want a splash screen, or like a start screen. Okay, so we're going to want to start screen. Um, so if I move this up here, so we want to start screen. It's obviously going to have like some kind of like graphics or anything else on it. We're going to have to like design that later. You press like start. So, okay, we're going to have to figure out what our control scheme is. Like, is this going to be a like keyboard or controller? My dad doesn't have a controller, but that doesn't mean like maybe some other people want to use a controller with it. I think it would be nice to be able to support controllers, but I think keyboard is going to have to be our full, like our full sort of plan for this. So single player, we're gonna have the start screen. We're gonna have like, let's do gameplay. We'll go in there like that. Let's just put you in there. I don't know if you can do. I don't think you can do inline comments like this. Should we have free play? Okay, so let's actually make a questions section. Okay. So we have a timer for, let's say, 20 minutes right now. Oh, this is Pitfall 2. I don't want to go there. I'm going to stay on this and go to the end and see what like the end screen was. Oh, come on. Skip ads. Don't do full screen. Take me to the end. Yeah, so the game just froze essentially. So I don't think I'm gonna want that. I think what we're gonna want is so a start screen. There's gonna be like a gameplay. We're gonna want a game over screen, which will allow you to play again. Oh, which we probably then also want to have like game over screen. We're gonna want like a high score screen. So next question is, do we want a internet leaderboard? Basically, do I want to be able to track the points that people are getting across the internet? So have this game like if it has an internet connection, send those points out. Now, if we do that, there's like obviously a possibility of people abusing that because they can just hit that API and send their own points. So I'd have to protect it somehow, which might be a little difficult. Especially since you can like reverse engineer, reverse compile, and like just grab whatever like token that I would put into the system. Like I can't use that as an environment variable. That just doesn't make any sense. So I'll have to figure out if I want to do that. How do I protect it? Like really make sure that you can't just go up and say like, oh, I got 10 billion points. Okay, so we have a high score screen. We have the start screen. Um, we're gonna have to have like a help screen, I think. So maybe before start screen. So I think this will be. Oh, you know what? Probably this is more like a pause screen. So start screen is gonna have to have instructions on it. So instructions show the pause screen. We're gonna want to also show instructions. I don't know what else that we really need to like show. Probably like show. We're gonna have the time left. So like on the gameplay, we have the timer, and we have this current score. So perhaps on the pause screen, we can also show the relics collected. So that way we can say, okay, you've collected 15 relics. Oh, well, that's a question. How many relics do we want to have? And then what do we want these relics to be? I'm thinking like um, some of them could be like normal sounding relics, like gold bars. Um, but I think also something like about this community would be really nice. Also, like we could choose things that my dad really likes. So um, he does play. You know, he's big into golf. We played golf together growing up. So I think that's gonna be something that I would want to like add in. So maybe like a packet of golf balls or so like a pile of golf balls, a golf club, or a bag. Those could be like really like fun to sort of throw in there. Maybe some like of the logos of some like the golf courses that we've been to, um, like when traveling out into the world. That could be really cool. So, how many relics do we want to have, and then what should the relics be? So, for example, we could have something like maybe golf course logos. I don't know like what the legality of that is. I'll have to like I'm not selling this game, but I'm also doing this on Twitch, and so there's sort of like a question about whether you know what can I actually do there. I don't know. Um, I could make like similar logos to it in pixel art. Of course, like my pixel art skills are low enough that like even if I tried to make it exactly like that, it's probably not going to look anywhere close. Okay, so we have golf course logos. We can do the rest logo, which is more going to be inside joke to here. We could definitely have Zilby. And I'm thinking a German Shepherd. Is that how you spell Shepherd? German Shepherd dog. Is there like an A in there too? That doesn't look right. Oh man, now I'm gonna have to look it up. Hold on. Oh, okay. So it's shepherd. That's what it is. Okay. So German Shepherd dog. This because my dad's favorite breed of dog is German Shepherds. He's had them since he was growing up as a kid, and the current dog's name is Ranger, but he's also had like a Prince. We've had an Anna. Um, what are the other dogs that we've had growing up? I forgot some of the names. Um, but so that would be like a nice inside joke for this. Let's see. So, if I could put in like the Wildwood sign. Wildwood sign. So, the unofficial name of the property that my parents live on is called Wildwood. It's not like any official thing. You can't like actually go and find it. There's other places named Wildwood that are like official, but um, when my parents, so when my grandparents first purchased that property and moved in, somebody had created that Wildwood sign, which was like a horse and carriage. Um, and it got destroyed when they got rented out, and the renters didn't treat it very well. And so he's trying to have it like recreated. The only thing that he has is an old photo that's not very well. That's like not very the lighting is terrible. But we might be able to do something kind of similar to that. Throw that in as a relic. Let's see. What else can we do? As we come up with ideas, we'll throw them in. Let's see. So gameplay, we have our timer, our score. Each of these probably is going to be worth the similar amount. We're going to have the various like types of screens. So basically, as we saw in the game, it's really just like a bunch of screens that have different things happening on them. We have the overworld and the underworld. So for the overworld, we obviously just have like nothing, like a blank, like empty. That's probably like the best place to start. So start in an empty spot, and then now so Pitfall the game, when it was made, it was really interesting. They used a random number generator to sort of like generate the entire map, but they also seeded it so that way it was never actually random when you played it. It was always the same every single time. So you could get better and better and better, eventually memorize the map, and then win the game. But they didn't actually store the the game, like all the tiles, like what you're gonna be in like this map. It was randomly generated, which I thought was really fascinating. I don't know if I want to do that. It might be better to create some kind of very nice sequence, um, increasing in difficulty, and then of course we can move left and right. So you can choose I guess we can just move left, we can move right, you can go down, and then move left and right down also. So what do we have? We have empty. We're gonna have the tar pit. These are gonna be types. This is not necessarily the map of the order that's in. We're gonna have to figure out that for ourselves. But when we get to like gameplay testing, so we have these are like the items that can be in there, and we're gonna want to be able to mix and match some of these too. So we have tar pit. We have those barrels that are like um, moving across the screen. What else do we have? We have the rope swing. After that, we have there could be like a lake. There could be alligators. I don't know if it's like crocodile or alligator. Um, Alligators. There could be a snake. There could be a fire. Um, we obviously could have a relic that gives us our points when we like move over it. We can have a just like something that like falls down. Um, this could just be like a normal pit. Um, and then like a ladder going down. We can think about like what other things we want to have in here because we don't have to like purely copy what the Pitfall game has. Like what else do we have available like just that we might want to add in here? So we're running through. We have the tar pit and the lake pit, which are really just the same things, but the one's blue and um, one is black. That rope swing, I think, is like the most important one to have. That's like the most iconic. You know, another good question here is lives. It's like, what's our life system gonna be? So life system. I'm thinking 3 lives. Now I noticed that when we look at this game, there's nowhere on here that shows what our what the life count is for us. So I think you have to like memorize that. But I think we'll want to like change that to like show how many lives you have left. Okay, so we have 3 lives. Um, Now do I want something we should add in like a heart. Let's also like what might be fun is to add in like the heart, the we already have like the snake, um, the heart, the sword, and um, I guess like the fire. We want to do those from our other game, because I think that would be like a nice little subtle like tie-in for that. And they're actually down here. The heart and sword are collectibles. They're relics. However, the snake and the fire are going to be things you want to avoid. Okay, so I'm thinking 3 lives to make it a little bit simpler. Uh, this might be like a level system. Is do I want to be able to gain lives every X points? And so maybe that could be a question. Do we want to be able to gain lives through the gameplay? And this might actually be part of like a level system, or no, a difficulty system. Would give ability, gain lives, but um, get less points at the same time. That could be the trade-off. Okay, so let's say we're moving through this overworld. We have all of these things in here. We may want to add new things as they occur. So we're gonna want to like keep in mind that we want to like potentially add overworld items and like relics as we think about them. Then we have the underworld, and so we can get to the underworld, and it's really these are the caves. So in the caves, we're gonna have some kind of creature. In the Pitfall game, they have a scorpion. I'm thinking in here it could make sense to have, like maybe this is where we can have like snakes. Like we can definitely still have snakes in here. There could be like some kind of scorpion. Um, and I'm thinking one more. Oh, you know what? I think uh, what is it like stalagmites? And stalactites. How are those spelled? Stalagmite. Okay. And stalactite. A stalactite. So I think I got stalagmites correct. And this is stalactites. Okay. And so these are stalactites are from the ceiling down, and mites are from the floor up. And so those could be nice little static things that you have to jump over. Essentially, the spikes. Okay, so given that we can, there's also like the biggest thing that we have is in the game. If we watch here, every once in a while there is. Here it is. As soon as he gets across this lake, we'll see that there's bricks. So like there's walls that stop the caves sometimes. So I'm thinking we'll want the caves to end. We don't. I don't really like the idea of like the brick walls. That doesn't really fit the aesthetic very much. But the caves shouldn't just be contiguous all throughout, but they should end and like start again. So caves should end um, at some point. And we should be able to put like the relic should be both above ground and below ground. And I'm thinking that obviously we get score if we get any of the. So we're gonna want to figure out what the score system is, like how that works. The caves part, I think, if we think about more ones, that will be fine. These could all be images. We're gonna want to like think about what do these things need to be animated versus what of these things are just static. So, for example, these are going to be static, but snakes and scorpions, um, animated, but a scorpion, for example, is animated and moves. Um, so we'll have to like define how these work. Okay, so we get to the end of the game, like we play the game. Um, when we get the final, when our time runs out, we get to the or we get the last relic, then the game ends and we move over to the game over screen. And there we're going to show the high score screen. We probably want to show a summary too. So summary of gameplay. So that's going to be like how did player die? How many points? What relics were created? Created, collected. Okay, so how did player die? How many points? What relics were collected. And what else do I want? What else would I want to add in there? Do I want any kind of um, like total? We could have like a total summary of like all the stats. So we could have statistics. So we can have things like feet ran, maybe yards. I'm not sure like what I want. Maybe feet. Probably the like this is gonna be like overall, right? So like we're gonna have summary of this gameplay. Maybe this could be um lifetime stats. So feet ran. The like barrels jumped. I don't know if this is like it's something that's interesting or not. I kind of feel like this might not be something anybody like really cares about. Like if we think about like the core gameplay, none of this is really in here. This is nice to be able to like compare against yourself, so you can say, oh well, I got this last time. Like, what's my goal this next time? Because I want to get like more points last than I got last time. And so the question is, or another question, do I want to show the points that the player, like the max points? Probably not in this screen, but maybe on the what is it? Not the game over screen. The pause screen. We can show the max score. So players. I guess we can show like the high scores. So high score list and where the player is on that. So that way, if they have the goal of like, I want to get number 1 on this list, they can get there. Utsby, hello, we're cloning Pitfall. Yes, that's the project. Is gonna be making a Pitfall clone, which we're calling Jungle, until I come up with a better name for it. Okay, so how the player die? How many points? What relics were collected? I think, and then the high score screen with like the potential for adding in. So like we're gonna need some kind of interface for adding in name for high score. Okay. All right. So let's like run through the idea of this. We start the game and we're gonna get our splash screen so that the start screen shows up and the instructions like pop up. We're gonna press left arrow, right arrow, and like space bar to jump. Like that's gonna be it. Probably we need down and up too for so like controls. Is gonna have to be left arrow, arrow. So I guess instead of that, let's just say do controls left, right, jump, Um, climb ladder, descend ladder. Now, do I want the controls changeable, like to rebind the controls to something else? Not sure. Maybe. Um, I'm, I might have to like get to like look, get my get them to like send a photo of their keyboard to me so I can like see. I know they're on a like a laptop, so having like they may or may not have the arrow keys right, like really well set up for them. And then this is a really good question: is like what technologies? What technology? I guess like what devices is game going to be played on? So choices here is going to be a it's a Windows laptop. And it's not even just like a full Windows laptop. It's oh what's that like Microsoft um notebook that like is very, like a netbook almost. That's what they've got. So it's like very limited in like what it can do. I think you can still install things on it and run, but I'll have to like actually double check that before I build anything out for that. So obviously there's a Windows laptop, but the other choice is they have. I don't think they have an iPad, but they have an iPhone that they use a lot for their other things. That could be a choice too. So like an iPhone browser game. Probably not something they installed. The Surface tablet. Yes, that's it. Windows Surface tablet. I was last year I went and visited them uh and they had it. And I did like I wasn't thinking about like building anything for them at that point in time. So I didn't really pay very much attention to the device. I had my own laptop with me, so I just used mine. So I don't know what the keyboard little thing looks like. Which gen? Relatively recent, within the last 1 or 2 years. Um, I think they bought it last year, but it's not the like Uber one. I don't think. I don't think it's the one that's like a full computer. I think it's the. Well, I don't know. I don't know anything about the Surface tablets. Um, so it's probably whatever one of the most recent ones. And then the iPhone browser is the other choice. Um, I don't know what size iPhone they have or what generation that is, but nothing about what I have over would be crazy about that. But I would want to check to see. I would love to use Rust with this if possible. And if it was an iPhone browser, I might be able to get away with um, WebAssembly for that. Especially since we just learned a bunch of WebAssembly last week, we might be able to get away with this. So this so technologies, what technology to use. So this like GGE Rust Rust GGEZ. Not a gaming machine, obviously, but nothing to worry about in performance terms as long as you're not writing this in an interpreted basic or something. Yeah, it's gonna be like a sprite-based game. It's gonna be very simple. We've already noticed that like GGEZ, for example, is really light on CPU uh, and basically I can limit. There's ways for me to limit uh, the CPU and GPU usage of it to the point where it won't really affect it that much. So it should be fine. So Rust plus GGEZ is an option for us. Um, Another option is obviously Rust plus Bevy. I'm a little bit hesitant to use Bevy because it's so well. First of all, it's new to me. It's new to everyone because like 0.3 just released recently. But I don't really necessarily think that it's ready for this yet. I think that's going to be something that we maybe explore or wait a little bit longer for them to get all the things that we really need out of it. Oh, kitty cat is meowing outside. Hold on, I'm gonna go see if I can see what's going on. We have a purring kitty cat. So yeah, the rest of Bevy is an option, but I'm very hesitant about that. And then I guess the other thing that we can do is Rust and WebAssembly, which I would be like that would be a lot of fun to use because you use Rust, WebAssembly, and the canvas to sort of do things. This game we could even choose not to use the canvas. It should be simple enough for us to just like do DOM manipulation, and that should still be fine for what we want to do. You want to go hang out here? I think our kitty cat can. Let's do Rust plus Web Assembly. Now, if WebAssembly doesn't work, um, then probably something like either p5.js or there's a web-based game engine that I haven't used, but a lot of people have. I forget what it's called. Well, okay, we could also just do like native, just like vanilla JS plus canvas. I don't know if this game we'd need like an engine to really help us out. It should be fairly simple for us. That's probably like to begin with. So the questions to be used is, can I support WebAssembly and Canvas? And run GGEZ games. So those questions I can actually answer maybe even tonight. I have we are doing like bi-weekly calls with all of our like extended family, and so I should be able to like maybe get a really quick GGEZ game and a really quick WebAssembly, like something, just anything that displays something onto the screen, and send that to them and see like, hey, do these work for you? And maybe we should do that right now, so that way tonight I can send that to them. So let's actually make something and for that. So let's start with the GGEZ one. Um, so we can play that with his computer. Also with his computer, he could then attach that to his TV and then play on the TV, which could be a lot of fun. Especially if I don't know, like I could buy a Bluetooth keyboard and like send that to him, or I suppose that I can buy a really simple controller and send that to him too. So that's another question here is, um, should I buy a keyboard controller? If only you had thought to recently write a game using GG. I know. To send with the game. The biggest thing is most modern controllers are too complex looking. So they're just overwhelming. I have a controller, like for example, this is a Logitech controller that I have just for like playing some games on Windows. They kind of support for Mac and Linux, but even something like this is too complex. Like there's shoulder buttons. There's like, if it was just the front part, maybe, but like even the I'm thinking like maybe I can find something that's like very similar to the good old Nintendo controllers. Just like two buttons and the analog, like left, right, up, down. Oh, kitty cat moved over. So, oh, there's things like this. Ooh, Atari styled. Oh, this is gonna be. Link location. Let's go take a look at this. Oh, wow. Compatible with PC and Mac. 6 feet cable length. Oh, this would be really cool. And it looks like even if that didn't work, looks like there's several other sort of alternatives too to go with. Now that being said, if we were gonna do this, I would need to get one myself so I can like test it, because we haven't played with any controllers ourselves with like GG Easy or web. Like we need to like capture that input and like figure out how it works. But this looks like it could be pretty cool. However, I do need to make sure I would get it from the US store. Currently unavailable. Okay, so not available in the US. But maybe like one of these other ones able to find. So, yeah, it looks like there's plenty available. Oh, look at this. I can get a USB classic NES. And I can get 2 of them. Is this actually 2 of them? Yeah, it's a 2-pack. So I can get them shipped to my house, and then I can ship one, like forward one on to my dad, and keep one for myself for testing and like the programming side. USB controllers come through standard API stuff, so as long as you deal with control mapping, you should be okay. The real big key is going to be try to make it work, just plug and play, because if there's any kind of like setup to do for it, that's going to be a lot harder. To like sort of like have instructions like, okay, if you now open up settings and like, you know, do whatever this is, or like download and install these drivers, that would be terrible. So hopefully it should all just work. It uses Raspberry. No, it doesn't use a Raspberry Pi. It just is compatible with that. No extra driver needed, just plug and play. That seems pretty amazing. Note, not compatible with Nintendo. Not surprising. So this actually might be really good. All right, so I'm gonna keep that in mind. Actually, I'm just gonna create a list of these. We may Nintendo Classic Controller. Is an option. All right, so we need to figure out that kind of stuff. Let's actually create our demo here. So for this, we could do it in the same directory of like creating a demo, like a tech demo almost for like GGEZ and like how it works with their system. So let's go ahead and we have you. Rest up, updates. Go ahead and make sure. Oh, there is a new version of Rust, so perfect. So what I'm thinking for something like a quick demo is I want something that essentially moves across the screen. Like I want a bunch of animations. I don't know if I care about necessarily like doing any sounds or anything else like that. It's probably just more of, can you compile and run this on your system? Because like if it compiles and runs, it should be fine on their system. So what would that look like? I guess, you know what? There is another option that I just thought about. We can do this as you expect him to compile it? No, I don't expect him to compile it. I should just be able to hand him the binary. So what if I can do... I just have to do spaces now for this. Raspberry Pi. So like a Raspberry Pi device. And that's something that I could get myself, install things onto it, and then you can just plug that into the TV, and it's essentially a game system that has this one game on it. So Raspberry Pi device. Then I can like hand him like, here's a controller, here's the Raspberry Pi, and like in a little case. Plug this in, like here's a power supply. You plug it into like HDMI, and it's on your TV. That could be something really cool too. I could definitely like test that out. I have a Raspberry Pi somewhere around here with maybe a case. I'm not sure. I might want to like buy a new one if I wanted to use that, because it's been sort of sitting out without covered, and I don't know how much to trust it anymore. Okay, so what are we doing? Rust has been updated. Let's go ahead and right here, we're going to do a cargo new. Let's create a new project called GGEZ demo. Inside of GG's demo, which you can see now is just inside of here in our cargo.toml. Let's go ahead and bring in, actually I should be able to inside of here, cargo add GGZ. Feels weird. Did it add all that stuff in? I can't imagine this is going to work now. Ah, create's okay. Huh. Okay. So in our source main. Okay, yeah. Now suddenly you're not okay anymore. I don't know what this came from. Oh, it added another dependency section too. That is odd. The crates plugin I may not be able to use that anymore. Like this is the second time that sort of screwed up and added a bunch of stuff into here. All right, so what do we need to do to sort of like set this up? We're gonna want a set of source. We want our main library.rs. So we'll do pub struct. This is like the main game, So you can even just call this game. Wait, don't I have this? G live. Do. Here we go. So I want to actually rename this to this game. So there's all of that. You should be happy here. Also, I'm going to turn on our highlighter. In our main, we're going to do a gmain. Okay, so create name. This is easy demo. Our project name. So we learned that this is actually going to be what shows up in it, like if we save it anywhere. So it's going to be GEZ demo. Instead of game state, we'll name you to just game. And then instead of Brooks Patton, we'll name this Berserker. Okay, so if I have this, I think theoretically this should just run. What version? Okay, 0 to 5.1 still. I want to actually explicitly set you to 0, 5. For the main game, I do want to like take those lessons that we learned. We're gonna create like essentially a controller file that we can use. Basically, is probably gonna be some kind of JSON file, or we can call it like a data file, but it's really just gonna be JSON. Maybe RON. I don't know. We haven't looked into that yet. Rust object notation, and that way we can like sort of set the controller or everything else for that. All right, so that is that. Oh, you know what we're gonna want, because we I don't know what their resolution is for this. We're gonna need to support multiple resolutions. So we're gonna need a configure screen. So maybe I don't know if we want this in a start screen. So we have instructions. We're also gonna want in here to do options of some kind. And inside of options, we're going to want resolution. So like set resolution. This is where we would potentially set if we're going to do like our difficulty level, like free play or like time based. But we're definitely going to want to set the resolution at some point in time, so that way we can like increase or decrease our size of our screen. So that's also so set resolution and then full screen or not. I don't know if we want to support VSync. Maybe yes, maybe no. VSync gets a little bit weird because mathematical wise, I would need to. I don't know what their refresh rate is going to be. But we're definitely going to want to support that. Okay, so back to you. Let's create like a bunch of just random shapes and have them drop from. We could basically just create like a range, and that could stress it out enough that it shouldn't be too terribly bad for us. Let's do that. So if I just create a bunch of like water drops, and we can have them be circles or squares. So in here in our struct game, let's actually create a like a water drop. We're gonna have a water drop. What would it be called? It's the mesh. It's gonna be a mesh. You don't know how to bring this in? Rust Analyzer, are you not? Do you need to be restarted? So many routes to scan. And cargo check to run. Okay, cool. All right, so we'll figure this out. I guess I'll just pull this in right now. Ooh, okay. Here we go. Import graphics mesh. All right. Let's save you. Now inside of here, we want to create this mesh. In order to create the mesh, we're going to need to bring in context, which is text into here, which means in main, we need to pass it into context. We own the context. This is going to have to be a new reference to context. All right, so let's do water mesh equal to. This is going to be a mesh builder. Let's make it a circle. Okay, so for our mode, we're going to have this be a graphics draw mode. I would just want this to be like a draw mode fill. A point. Where do we want this to be? Probably just like 0, 0, and I'll translate this over wherever I need it to be. 0.2. All right, we'll just make you 0 to 0 and 0 0. Radius, like what is our default size going to be? I can make this like 1 pixel and then we can scale it up, or I can have like a default size for this and then like scale it up or down depending upon what I need. Let's maybe set this to be something like 5 pixels. Now radius is half, so do I want it to be like 10 pixel diameter or not? I don't know. We'll find out. Let's do like 5.0. Tolerance, how many points do I want it around the circle? We'll do 0.1, so it's more of a circle. And then color, let's make this some kind of blue. color. New. Let's just do 0.0, 0, 0, 0, solid blue. That returns us a mesh builder, and we're going to want to build and context. Okay, that gives us the water drop mesh, which we then throw into. Oh, and your result, which means I need to question mark you. So you need to be a result, probably a game result that holds game. Okay, so then you're happy here, back to main, and now suddenly you need to, we need to basically have, like, handle this. So, this is going to have to be, like game states. If it's a result, let's do if let. Okay, so we're going to do a game new context. If let. Okay, we're going to get the game state. And we're going to return the. Oh, and we want you to be. So just return to game state. This needs to be mutable. I think it needs to be mutable. Does it also need to be a reference? I don't think it does. Now, if it's an error, we want to ePrint line error creating game state and print out the. Oh, I don't actually get the error in this case. Like I would need like an else if error. I wonder if I should probably just do a match on this. Let's do match on game new. This. So you're gonna be okay. State. That and then return you. Otherwise, it's going to be error. We'll probably want to multi-line this. So if we get the ePrint line, creating the game state, and then we're going to want to just straight up panic and then quit. That way we get our game state and can use it up here. All right, what are you upset about? Mismatch types, expected, mutable reference. So we probably want that. Cannot borrow context is mutable. It's not declared as mutable. So you need to be. What side do I do that on? Here, I think. Okay, mismatch types, expected, mutable reference. Finding my move. Okay, so I don't want to do that there. I think over here then. Oh wait, here's this meet match. Okay, hold on. Cannot borrow context is mutable as it is not declared as mutable. Well, I was hoping that you was declaring that as mutable here, but I guess I need to declare one of these other places. It's like, you know that it's mute context, but you don't. Wait, can I just not do that? Oh yeah, I could just not do that. Then we're fine. All right, so if I go run, you should all still work just fine. I'm thinking also, because I think that full screen is how they're gonna play it. Let's make this full screen. So how is that gonna work? I think it's the window mode. It's window mode or window setup. So when we're creating all this stuff, we have the context builder. Before we build, we're gonna want to do something like window mode. So that's gonna be window mode. Is there a new? Or is there a default? I think there's a default here, and then from there we can do dot. Man, you're not making this easy. Oh, you don't know. Full screen type. Okay, so we're gonna want full screen typed windowed. So oh, it's not happy at all. Maybe I can do this here. That window mode equals window mode. There's this full screen type, public function full screen type that takes in the mute self. So we need to like do default to begin with, and then we can do come on, work with me here. Not that. I want GGEZs. Oh, it's not here. Let's where's the docs? This is gonna be window mode. Okay, so it implements default. So I can definitely do default off of this. And then we see full screen type. That's a field, but we can run the function full screen type off of it. So I should be able to do window mode default, then full screen type, and then from here we're going to pass in full screen type. And this is going to be, what are you? Okay, windowed, true, and desktop. So true full screen, which used to be preferred because it has small performance benefits. Windowed full screen, generally preferred over real full screen these days because it plays nicer with multiple monitors. Okay, so let's do that. So desktop. Okay, so if we do this, they're going to get window mode. We can now pass this. So theoretically, oh, I'm not using you. There we go. Theoretically, I can now run this again, and it should show up in full screen, like just a full black screen. Exactly like that, although that's kind of... It's not the best experience. I wonder if I'm going to need to do true. There, okay, that's true full screen. That shows up on GGEZ. Oh, sorry, on OBS just fine too. So we're going to leave that as true. Then back to here. Okay, so we have our water drop mesh. What I want to do is have a vector of these water drops. So what we can do is create another file for this. Let's do a water drop. For this one, I think I can just do sort of more object-oriented style. We're just going to have water drops, and that's probably going to be it as we drop them down the screen. We're probably going to want to like also display our frames per second, just sort of like to get an idea of like how well that's working. So let's do struct water drop. Back to you. We'll do Okay, so pubstruct water drop here. Inside of it, we're going to need a location. Our mesh is actually going to be stored outside of this in that main game state. That way we will we'll just sort of reference that as the mesh. We'll probably pass it in here when we need to draw it. But besides that, we should be able to, let's see, so water drop, we're going to have a location, which is going to be a 0.2 F32. Actually need to pull you in. Do we need a size for this? I don't think we need a size necessarily. We will need a velocity, which is going to be another point. If we only have it being able to fall down, we should have a 0.2, which is going to be, this could just be an F32, because it's going to be a velocity Y. Do I want it to like sort of accelerate down as it's going? Probably not. They could just be falling on their own. Maybe. Let's actually give it an acceleration. That might be a little bit more. Acceleration Y. It's an F32. And I think that should be it. All right, so it's impl water drop. Okay, so for a new one, I don't know if I'm gonna. Well, we probably want to like give it a start X and Y. So like position X, F32. Y is gonna be an F32. But at that point in time, I'm not really gonna care about anything else. We're gonna return a self. Self. Right, so location, you're gonna be a new point 2 with an X and a Y. Velocity y is going to be 0.0, and acceleration y is going to be a 0.0. We're also going to need some kind of like draw for it to draw. So pub function draw to the screen. This is going to be taking a reference to self. We're going to have to take in that context. Now, if I don't want to like have context have to like any of the GGEZ stuff stored in here, that could be an interesting thing to sort of consider about. I could then, well, I'm not going to worry about that. We'll just do that. I'll bring in context, import you. We're going to return a game result. Okay, so in draw, we're going to do a graphics draw. Okay, so pass it in the context. The drawable, so we're also going to need to pass in a reference to the mesh for this. I don't think I can get away with that because it's already a mesh, a reference to a mesh here. Okay, so we have context, we have the drawable, and then we have the draw params. This is where we need to translate it over into whatever location that we're giving it. So that's going to be a param new, which gives it the defaults. Dest. This will be self dot location. And we'll just return that. So I think that should be fine. I need to pull you in. Okay, so we need to create a new water drop and then draw it out. So here, water drops is going to be a vector of drop. When I create this brand new, we're going to want to, we could create like one at the beginning and sort of like just set that. So here we're going to do water drops is going to be a brand new vector of water drop new. I have to give it an X and a Y. So let's do something like 50.0, 50.0. So right in the middle of the screen. And then in draw, we're going to loop through all of our water drops and then draw them. So self dot water drops dot bring into an iterator. We'll do a try for each. We'll get a water drop out of here, and then from that we should be able to draw, like call that draw command. So water drop dot draw. Pass it in the context, and the mesh is a reference to self dot water drop mesh. And this could be question marked. All right, let's see if we get a water drop showing on screen. There it is. That does not look like a circle, does it? That looks like an oval on my screen. Let me take a look at the... Yeah, the preview kind of looks like an oval too. So it's not really what we want here. So that means we need to figure out what is the resolution, like it's stretching it in some way. So we're gonna need to set the resolution too, aren't So if I say full screen, okay, so we have full screen type. What else do we have that we can do here? Set the default window size or screen resolution in true full screen mode. Okay, so dimensions is going to be next. So dimensions, we have to give it the X and the Y, so the width and the height. So if we do something like 1920 0 by 1080 0, I'll have to find out what their resolution is for this. So we'll have to see whether or not this works well for them. So if I do that and we run this again, what does this end up being? Okay, that's a real circle now. It's a lot smaller. So it's actually a really interesting question is, what resolution do I want to set for this? If somebody's going to be putting this on a 4K TV, which I do know that they have a nice and large, like 60 plus inch 4K television, if he's going to plug the computer into that and we're going to use full screen on that, that's going to be a lot harder to deal with. Oh, and okay, cool. I can use the command trick to move the screens over. I wonder, is there a way for me to tell it what screen to start with? I don't think there is. So I'm not sure how I would set that up. In comp, there's also Windows Setup. That doesn't really give me much here. VSync is true by default. I may need to set that to be false. Is that true? Yeah, it looks like it's true. So I'll probably want to set a window setup too. Do you implement default? You do. And we're going to want to set vsync off. So what is that? Sync false. Okay, so that will set vsync false for us. We're going to want to figure out what our average frames per second are. And we can do that. We're actually going to get that out of here. It will give us over the last 200 frames. So that should be fine. So here in draw, we're going to want to create the text for that. So that ps text equals format. Actually, we can just do text. Text new. Okay, it's going to take a fragment for this. Fragment is an unknown. It's probably going to be a format. So we're going to do FPS, that, and then this is going to be a need timer. FPS, and the context. Okay, so that gives us this, and then we're going to want to now display this to the screen. So It might be a little bit small, but we'll have to see. So let's do graphics, draw, context, a reference to FPS text, and then drop RAM. Okay, so I want our destination to be essentially just 5.0, 5.0, and then 5.0. And that's probably going to be it for this. Let's see if that gives us a nice FPS in the top left corner. Yeah, there it goes. So is that visible for you? It's really small. To sort of like not help out, we can actually set in update. We can set what our FPS is, and then read that over here. That's probably going to be like the best thing that we can do. And then in update, we can do that trick to limit our. Well, do I want to do that? That's all part of. I really want to see like what this is going to look like if like worst case scenario. So let's actually do FPS in here. What are you? You're an F64. Okay, so we're gonna have our FPS. We're gonna set this to be 0 because we haven't gotten anything yet. And then an update, we want we can create the text in update. Okay, so that's actually, instead of FPS F64, we want this to be a text fragment, essentially. What are you? You're just a full text, so we just want a full text. It's going to be a text, new. That's going to be our FPS not initialized. But then down here in update, we're going to do self.fps equals to this new thing. Then we'll return OK. Then over here, it's just going to be drawing it. So this is going to be reference to self.fps, and then move its location down to there. So that's we can, for worst case scenario, we can also at this point in time make this mutable. It's already mutable. We're going to do self.fps.set font. Font default. And for our font scale, it's going to be a scale. You pull in font too, don't we? Uniform, and so let's make this something like 25. Easier to read. Okay, so then we're just going to display that out. So every single frame it has to do this set font thing, which we've learned in our previous games. It's really expensive. Let's go ahead and try running this and see how it looks. There we go. Okay, so we have our our FPS sitting there. That's all in good. We're at 360, um, which is not like, I guess it's not terrible. I'm really curious. What do I have in here? Here's my demo. We're using 7.8% of CPU, 41.3 megabytes of memory, and 20.5% of GPU. And that's because it's like running as fast as possible. When we get to optimizations, we're going to slow that down quite a bit, because I'm thinking, like, based on these really old games, we don't need to run this more than 30 frames per second. So I think that we'd actually want to limit it to that. And that would drop down our CPU and our GPU usage by a tremendous amount. And if we're running this on like a very simple machines, like that Windows, what was it called? We actually had that. Used to be the Surface tablet. Then I don't even think there is a graphics card to speak of. Okay, so we have this. Let's lighten up that watercolor so we can actually see it a little bit better. That's gonna be up here. So we have our new color. If I do something like instead of 1.0, let's do something like 0.5. I think that's gonna be easier to see. Oh no. That's harder to see actually. I need to mix it in with some other things. Let's actually go find, like this color would be really nice. Do we have like an eyedropper tool? I have like a color picker on here, do I? No. No, we don't. Let me see. I can Firefox has one. Where is it? It's right here. So if I choose something like this color, that's not super helpful. So then I need that to RGB. AC. Okay. 67, 174, 199. Don't need to download you, no. I can copy you out, okay? All right, so back to here. So instead of this color new, I'm going to do color from RGB. And these use U8s to figure this out. So this should be fine. Let's try this again. See if that color is a little bit easier to see now. There you go. Perfect. So now if I want to create that right at the very top, right above the top of the screen, and have it start falling down. What that means is we're going to want to have, so I need you to, wait, please. In water drops, we're going to want an update function. I'm not going to return anything. All I really need to do here is have our velocity, and well, we're going to take an acceleration. So let's give it an acceleration now of negative. No, it's going to be positive. Let's do something like 1, and we'll see how slow this is. Like if we need to like move it up to something like a 5. Okay, so acceleration, we want now to do Self dot velocity plus equals to self dot acceleration y. Self dot location dot y plus equals to self dot velocity y. That should be fine. So that's going to continuously accelerate it down. And we can just run this again. Oh, no, we can't run it yet. In the main library, we have to call that update function. So here, setting the font, FPS. Now we want to loop through. So self dot water drops. Iter for each. We're going to get a water drop. And then for each water drop, we want to run the update function. And that's it. Cannot drop borrow is mutable, so this needs to be an iter mute. There we go. You should be happy now. Let's go ahead and run this again. That was really fast. Let's go ahead and limit ourselves to 30 frames per second, so at least it's showing at the right, at the same, like, the speed. It's a little bit easier to control that. So part of this, we're going to want to do a, what is it, graphics. Oh, is it part of timer? Yeah, okay, so it's this one. It's check update time. And so the idea is that we can do this while check update time past the context and then our target frames per second, and then do all of our updates at that point in time. So check update time. Now we want our frames per second to be updated outside of that, so we can see how often our frames per second are setting. Otherwise, it's just going to be 30 frames per second always. It's going to be while timer check for update, context, the target frames per second, we'll just do 30. And then we'll update our physics here. So if we do this, what do you look like? Oh, there's a rough beginning, but it smoothed out eventually. Let's try this again. Yeah, it sort of like starts a little bit rough. Let's go ahead and start it above the screen. So up here, when we create the new game, we're starting right here. So X, this can probably be around the same. Maybe we want to like be at the center of the screen. I don't know. We could do like 150. Bring it over a little bit more towards the center. Now for our 50.0, we actually want you to be negative, whatever the radius of this is. We know that that's going to be 5. Let's do negative 10.0 so it doesn't like appear on screen. And so if I do this, what does that look like? Did I save that? I did save that. It didn't seem to have much of a difference. Like I feel there's like a loading time problem for this. We have the X and the Y. I wonder if we're going to want to like hold off. Well, okay. If we had like that start screen, everything would like be very smooth to begin with because it's going to be a static screen for a while everything sort of like gets set up. So everything will be fine then. And now if I want to like constantly add water drops, what we can do is instead of adding a water drop here, we could create our new water drops every single frame. So inside of here probably. So we can do self dot water drops dot push water drop new. If we do something like 150.0 negative 10.0. And let's run this. So every single frame we're gonna get a new one, but it's gonna be in the same place. So yeah, that's what it's gonna look like as it's going down. Now it's all in the same place. That's kind of not the best. Let's bring in rand. Okay, so with rand, we're gonna want to store RNG. Want to store RNG, and then we can call rand gen range on that. Okay, so this is gonna be a thread RNG. So pull you in there. I think it's just thread range new. Thread range something. I don't remember what it is. Oh no, it's rand. Oh, I remember now. It's like rand thread range like that. That's how you create it. Okay, so then in here, when we're creating our new, we do self.rng gen range, and then it's going to start from 0.0 to essentially like whatever the width. So we do need to pull. So let screen width. We don't really need screen height for this, do we? Although not yet. We probably will. So this is going to be graphics, drawable size, context. Okay, so then that's going to give us view. We want 0 through screen width. And then the negative 10 is going to be fine. Gen range. Import rand range. Okay. Let's try this. See how this looks. Now we have water droplets appearing all over the screen and falling down, and this is happening once every 30 frames per second. So every 300 milliseconds. No, every 30 milliseconds. It'll add another. Now you notice our frames per second is dropping like a rock, and that's because as we're creating, they're never leaving the array. They're just sort of continuing to drop forever. So we are going to want to prevent any kind of overflows. We're going to want to, as part of this calculations, then determine if we're off the screen. So here we're going to do a hub function is dead. Actually, we probably should want this like is alive. This will be a self. We're also going to need to take in the screen size. probably the screen height. Because we know that these can't be off the screen to the left or right. F32. We're going to return a Boolean. All right, so basically we're just going to check to see if, so return self.location.y if you're greater than the screen height. Then, actually, no, that would be is dead. If you're less than the screen height, you're alive. Congratulations, you get to stay alive. So now, back to the main library. After we update all of these, we want to loop through all the water drops and retain only the ones that are still alive. So self.waterdrops.retain. We're going to have a function here. We're going to get a water drop. And then we want to return water drop. And so retains only the elements. Remove all elements that return false. Okay, so water drop dot is alive. And then we have to pass it this screen height. If this is false, it's not alive anymore and it gets removed. That way we're constantly removing those dead water droplets. And we're not recycling anything. We're just sort of like creating new ones. So we're not optimized in any sense of the word. But we are preventing any kind of crashes from happening later. So here we are. We're stable on this computer around 117 frames per second, which is not terribly bad. This is also like adding a new one of these every single frame. The game is not going to be anywhere near as demanding as this, I think. We're going to have a lot more things drawing to the screen. No, actually, that's not true. We're probably going to have like an image background that we use. Like, there's going to be a lot of images being brought in and displayed to the screen. But I don't think it's necessarily going to be like any more complex than this. Now, we can add in way more of these if we also don't. Okay, so here we're pushing inside of the 30 frames per second limiter. If we do this outside of here, we're now going to be creating a new water drop constantly. So let's do this one and see how this looks. Yeah, we get a lot more showing up now. My computer brings us down to 70 frames per second. But if we take a look at our task manager, we're still at 7.0 CPU and 7.2 GPU. Not terribly bad. Okay, so let's try release. Ooh, something I just realized. Look at this. This isn't full screen at all. What happened? Oh, that runs on full screen. If I switch away and switch back to it, it's fine. If I grab something else and bring it in front, it's fine. What happened? How did I don't know. This is working now though. Okay, so that's like 65, 70%. Let's try running this in release mode. I love like how fast it's able to compile, although it's still super slow compared to like. Well, I mean, maybe it's not super slow compared to like other things that are making like game engine type stuff. Also, it's release build, so it's a lot slower than it could be normally. All right, here we go with this. We get a lot more of these water droplets falling down. And we're stable around 300, 310, it looks like. 310 frames per second. That's pretty good. I think so if I can get this to run on my parents' Surface laptop computer, I think we can use GGEZ for this. And if it doesn't run on their computer, we're gonna have to probably go for a web-based solution. But we can then. So the next question is going to be, can we do? What is that going to be? It's going to be a WebAssembly deployed out. How would that end up looking? I could, I guess, deploy the WebAssembly that we have already of like the Game of Life, and if that runs on our system, then that should be fine. And of course, if those don't work, then we'll be doing this in like P5.js or something else, or like maybe just like native canvas could probably work with this. Wait, is this killing my stream? My drop frames? I've got 29 drop frames. CPU is still 0.8. Here, let me bring over OBS so you can take a look. We turn off studio mode and make this nice and small. My drop frames is 29 here. CPU is really small. ToggleBit, hello. This is not. It's not terrible for this. Oh, hey ToggleBit. I'm creating a it's not really a demo, although I think I called it a demo. Basically, this is going to be a something I'm going to send to my parents for their Windows Surface laptop. I want to see if this runs on their system and what their frames per second are for this. So what I'm doing is I'm just creating every single frame another circle and then having it drop down to the bottom and then get removed from the vector. So it should like if they can handle this on their computer and get like at least 30 frames per second, then I'm happy enough to use this to build a game for them. And this is going to be like a Christmas gift game I'm going to build. Now, if it can't handle that, I'm going to have to choose some other technology. So that's exactly that's kind of what I'm doing, is like planning out the new project. So that's what you're looking at is a tech demo essentially. Also, I made this. I'm experimenting at full screen because I found that we can play with full screen mode in different resolutions. So we have 1920 by 1080 there. I can probably do something crazy like 800 by 600. What's this going to do to me? Let's find out. Just do cargo run. It still runs just fine. And we can see that it switched over to 800 by 600 and everything's fine. This might also be an option because like those old games are very, very low resolution. So setting it to something like this might be nice. Now that being said, Uspy was saying that it was killing my stream. OBS doesn't think it's killing my stream, and like my stream preview window was fine. But I wonder if like Twitch's compression algorithm was freaking out from like the so much movement going on. I don't know, or maybe it's like the browser. Like some browsers are not able to handle it. I don't know. You didn't see any lag? Oh, awesome. The view is very choppy for a while. Check the VOD after. Okay, I will do that. That's interesting. Um, I didn't get enough drop frames for it to like be really choppy. Here, let's do the number one. So I was doing 1920 by 1080. I'm gonna keep my eye on my preview window and sort of like take a look at this as it runs. Also, this is like the unoptimized. There's like this super basic choppy at the very beginning, but I get that on my computer too. And then after that, it's looking pretty smooth so far. Like it's not going bad right now. Not dropping any more frames. And this is still 65. So this is still feeling fine. So I don't know, maybe it was just like that first time it ran. It got like a little bit weird. Right now I don't see it as a problem. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to go build release mode. No issues there when you ran it. Uspi, did you get any choppiness on that run through? Okay, so got you out. Nope. Then that's weird. I don't know what happened the first time. Must have been just like must have been something. Well, I want to say that it must have been something on Twitch's side, but who knows? All right, so where did you go? You went into target release. See, here's this GGEZ demo.exe. So I basically just want to take this and throw it onto S3 or some kind of shared system somewhere. How big are you? Let's see. This will be easier. Okay. Documents, code, builds. We call this jungle G demo. Okay. Then we want to go target release. Okay, so then let's do a ls. Oh, 3.3 megabytes is what this is. 3.3 megabytes. Not terribly huge. For executable size, I need to be a little bit careful for the download size. I probably want to keep it under 10 megabytes, maybe 20 at the most. My parents live in the mountains in California, and the internet there sucks. They have to use satellite internet, and they get they're on metered internet, which means if they use 20 gigabytes in a month, they get brought down to lower than dial-up speeds. It's terrible. It's absolutely horrible. And then every once in a while, they're trying to do like Zoom calls with us like once every few weeks, just so that we can like all be together and hang out. And they're having to use their cell phones, which terrible cell phone signal there too. The choppiness is Navad at 2:15 when you posted the chat messages, so maybe it was on Twitch's end. Yeah, maybe. I'm going to make a note of that down. Take a look at that. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Utsby. All right. Wait, is 2:15? Is that your time or is that relative time? To the stream. Stream elapsed time. Okay, so 2:15. So 2 hours, 15 minutes into the video. All right, I'll be able to take a look at that. Thank you, It's Beat. All right, so if I want to, I wonder if I can like zip this up and like have it compress any better. Let's try like a zip. If I do zip, ggez demo, and then we're gonna grab in ggez demo.exe. Deflated 60%. That's not terrible. So here's this zip file. Okay, now it's 1.3 megabytes. That's not bad at all. So if I take that zip file and I need okay, open up view. I'm opening up S3 on the other window because I don't want to necessarily share all that out. Okay, so in S3, let's do, I'm gonna create a new bucket. This bucket name, we're gonna do this as, I think I should probably just call this like Brooks builds games. We can put this onto California, so it's closest to them. Don't block public access. I know. I acknowledge that people will be able to get this. Add a tag. This is going to be project. Actually, it's a bucket. I don't need that. No encryption. Create buckets. Builds games. There you are. Okay, so now I want to upload. Add files. Okay, I need to go find documents, codes, builds, symbol, demo, target, release. Okay, gz demo.zip. Open up view. I mean, I can also use like Google Drive too. That's fine. I find like this is easier because I just give them one like URL to download on. Then for you, upload you. Upload. And I want to enable, even though I told it like a public file, I've noticed that I have to like also say like, no, give me public, enable public, make public. There it is. Public goes now. Where's my public object URL? I think let's copy you. I believe this is the new URL for the demo that I just created. So theoretically, come over here, that in, we get our save view. that goes to our downloads. Here's the GG demo. I can right click this, extract all. Right there. I can then double click view. Oh, like this fun thing. So I need to more info, run anyways. Oh, that's gonna be fun to sort of deal with. In order to not get that screen, I would need to get a license, get like the certificate, right, and install that. Yeah. So I need instructions for like my parents for that stuff, but like, I don't know how to get the. I've never had to like do that. So I wonder what kind of certificate I need and like how to install that. If I run it again, does it remember? Oh wait, okay. So you only need to like run that every time. Like you only need to enable like and remember. Hey, run it anyways. I don't care that this might hack my system. So I'll have to figure that out. That might be an argument. That's an argument for using web-based technology. So there's a question. In technologies to use. So in Rust plus GGZ, so I guess maybe this. Do we need a certificate if we are building for Windows? Maybe yes, maybe no. Okay, so that's gonna be like the demo that I'm gonna have for GGEZ. Now for WebAssembly, we do actually have that the WebAssembly thing that we've already created. So we might be able to just use that as our demo as that test. So I need to go find that. Still jungle in here. Okay, so I think it's gonna be learning WebAssembly. So if we go to Wasm Game of Life. And then dub. So here we see we have this package.json. And then here's like our index.html and everything else in here. So if I I don't need to do all this. You can just add package.json. Scripts wise, okay, so we have build and start. Okay, so we could probably just build this. Okay, so the start. Let's run start again really quickly. So npm run start. This runs the Webpack dev server on the appropriate. What is it? 8082. Come over here. Go to localhost 8082. Oh, we get that stupid hello world, and then this happens. I think the only thing I really care about, I don't care about that hello world at all. Let's go ahead and make some changes to that. So what is this? Learning WebAssembly Rust. Reopening. Maybe? There it goes. Did I just open you twice? Okay, so in here, awesome game of life, in source, in our main library. Actually, you know what? We could just not run that alert, I think. It's gonna be in www index.js. Is that true? Alert the, okay, so we have this alert the page hello world. So if I remove you, yeah, hitting refresh now no longer runs that. Okay, so what I want to do now is come back here, stop you, and we're gonna do a npm run build. Okay, so where did you put all this? In dist? Okay, so in dist we have index.html and we have all of these files. So theoretically, if I open this up without even a web server working, would this still work? So dist. No, okay, so I need a web server working probably, so I don't get. Cannot find module exploring WASM. Okay, interesting. What is this looking like? So we have this hello wasm pack script. Okay, so open up bootstrap.js. Bootstrap.js. Okay, is our webpack stuff. So this is like all the webpack code brought together. This is opening up. Now for you, don't think I could. I think I need some kind of server. Now we can run a light server. Let's try that. So if I run a npx light server, let's do like 8085 for here. Okay, serving static directory. So I should be able to come here to localhost 8085. That works just fine. Okay, so we can see that it's grabbing all this information, and this server is running properly. Chantilly Cake, hello! So let's go ahead and see if we can deploy this out. So I'm going to use S3 again as a static web server. So it should just be fine. All right, where do we want to go? Where are we doing? Okay, so all the way to the buckets. Come back over here. I want to create a bucket. It's like Brooks Builds Games. Like this is obviously GG Easy demo.zip. I don't think I want to put into there. Let's put this in. Maybe I'll call this web assembly demo. I'll probably like not keep this up running forever. Again, I'll put this in California so it's closer to them. Here, choose. You're gonna be this. Brooks Builds Games. Be the same as that. create. Oh. Oh, I can't use underscores. Only dashes. Okay, so then in Brooksville, let's see, WebAssembly demo. Now I want to pull in all of those, all of these files that make that doable. So let's go find, you're in downloads. I want documents, code, builds, learning WebAssembly Rust, awesome game of life, dub, dist. Okay, so I want all of these and just upload them in here. And let me take a look, make sure there's nothing. This screen should be fine, but like the additional upload options, I want to check that. It's fine. No encryption, standard access. Oh, everyone public access. So under advanced options, there's this access control list. Everyone public access. I want read access to this, and I understand. Okay. Then I can do upload. Cool, that failed. What happened? View details below, and then there's no details. It just straight up failed. Okay. Do I need to like, oh wait, are they being read? Is that my problem? I need to like turn you off. Turn off the server. Then re-add all of you. So give me a second. Builds. Where am I going? What are you doing? Okay, WebAssembly demo. I need to re-add all these files. Downloads. No. Documents, codes, builds, learning, WebAssembly and Rust. So all of you, open up. You should be fine. Go there. Upload. Okay, you all succeeded now. Cool. Now, are you publicly accessible? I want to say like probably not, because I think the first time I went through it failed. Yeah, access denied. Okay, so for each of these, I now need to go through and tell them. Let me double check. There's nothing on this permissions. How do I edit? Public access. Read. Okay, changes. You don't have permission to edit ACL settings. What? What? Cancel. Fine. Be that way. Then I'll just have to go into each of these directly and say actions, make public, fail to edit public access. Cool. Try it again. I refreshed. Make public. Failed. Cool. Oh, insufficient permissions. They're mine. I just uploaded them. Don't make me have to like log in as like a root account or something. Okay, so that clearly like borrowing from like the other one. I'm gonna go ahead and delete this bucket and recreate it. So what is this? WebAssembly demo and delete you. Oh, buckets can be empty before they delete it. Cool. I have to delete all of this stuff in here. Delete. Permanently delete. All right. Chantilly, you subscribed with Twitch Prime and you've subscribed for a full year. Thank you so much, Chantilly. Okay. Hope that you're having a great Sunday too. Little Zilby is clearly and super excited with your subscription too. I'm trying not to grab his whiskers as I'm moving the mouse around, but it's kind of hard. He has so many of them. All right. Side. Let's do this again. Exit. Wait, did that fail to delete? No. Okay, all the files are gone. WebAssembly demo. Delete you. Try this again. Delete you. Okay, create a new bucket. Call this WebAssembly demo, all one word. US West. Don't block all public access. Understand. Create bucket. Acknowledge. Bucket. There you go. Inside of WebAssembly demo, I want to now come back to you. Grab all of you and drag you in here. For each of you, I want to additional items, grant read access. Load. Okay, you're all uploaded. Index.html. Here's this object URL. So theoretically, I can now come over here, run you, access denied. What? Okay, so that did not. Everyone, public access. Read did not work. Hold on. How did I do it the first time? And literally 5 minutes later, I couldn't figure out how to do it again. Okay. There we go. So now when I hit refresh, this all works. So now I have a publicly usable. So here's the URL that you can test yourself. It's the WebAssembly demo on S3, and it's basically serving off S3 as a web server, a static web server. So now I have two URLs that I can give my parents. One to have them run on their phone or their desktop, depending upon which one they want to use, and then one they can run on their on their computer. That it's not installed; it's just something they and that'll be all good. We'll find out which ones work best with their systems, and that'll be good. So I'll probably tomorrow I'll have answers for which ones of these we're gonna to go with, and that means some of these questions can then be answered at that point in time. Now, that being said, the actual design document for this, is there anything else that we need to worry about? So single player, we're gonna have the start screen automatically comes up. That's gonna list the instructions. I'm probably gonna do the exact same thing we did with the previous game, and use something like Figma to create an image that has these instructions in it. Controls, we're gonna start with it's gonna depend if we can use GGEZ. I'll probably do a keyboard controls and a controller controls, and we'll have to buy a controller off of Amazon, sort of test like a really simple one out that it can deploy with this. Let's see. We want to move left, right, jump, climb ladders, descend ladders. Okay, that's fine. Um, we also want to set the resolution and whether or not it's full screen or not. It can be like a checkbox. I think by default we're gonna want full screen. Okay, so pause screen. So once we start playing the game, we can pause the screen or pause the game. That will like once again show the instructions again, but we're also going to want to show all the relics we've created and the high score list. I'm not thinking that I really like the idea of the high score list during the pause screen. Um, so probably don't need that. Then we go into the gameplay itself. So we're going to have a timer somewhere on the screen, like showing how much time we have left. We're going to want to show how many lives we have left. I'm thinking 3 lives, but we'll be able to set that up in some kind of JSON file to configuration file. We'll have our score. And then in the overworld, so we're going to start in an empty spot. We can move left or right. I'm going to want to like actually note that down. Okay, so we're going to start empty, and then we're going to run into maybe something that has like a tar pit. Maybe something that has a lake. There could be alligators and barrels like flying around. There could be snakes or fires that we have to like jump over. There might be a rope swing that we can grab onto. And of course, there could be a relic that we can pick up for a lot of points. There could also be pits that we can fall down into. And then on top of that, we can also a ladder to climb down into the caves. In the caves, we could have snakes and scorpions and stalagmites and stalactites. And then we can climb up and up again with ladders. Once we hit the game over screen, once the time runs out or we get the last of the relics, the game over screen happens. So we get our summary of gameplay. How did we die, or if we died? How many points do we get? So points are going to have to be. Am I going to make this with GGZ? It's going to depend. I'm going to use GGEZ if my parents' computer can handle GGEZ for this. But if they can't, like if that executable that we made and deployed out to S3, if that doesn't work for them, then the second one is potentially going to use the Canvas on a web browser and WebAssembly with Rust. And if that doesn't work, then probably just a plain old web application using something like Canvas. And I don't even know if we're gonna need a like a P5.js or some other game framework for ourselves. But that's my order. GGZ is my top priority for it, but we'll see what their computer can handle. Okay, so I'm thinking something like we'll do like 1,000 points per relic, and then maybe something like 1,000 points per second of time left, and then that could give us like our high score that we get. We could also list out the relics that were created. And then we want to also list the high score screen and then where the player is in that high score list. So probably just like the top 10. And then we can save that to local disk. So it's going to be permanent. We're going to do this all with local, like, what is it? Pixel art. We'll do pixel art. Punkit. Hello, Punkit. You're going to lurk, but want to say hi? Oh, awesome. Thank you so much, Punkit, for stopping by. Punkit is a streamer here on Twitch. Punkit is doing you're doing photography stuff and game playing, but usually like in the evenings, U.S. time. Let me actually see. Like I think I have Punkit's Twitch URL here somewhere. Although Punkit, if you're listening and you didn't, if you're able to, put your URL in, maybe. Wait a second. That might be blocked. Give me a second. Twitch /punk it's 3 T's. There you go. This is right. Here is a link to Punkit's Twitch channel. All right. And then we have all of the questions that we need to be answered. So, let's see. The biggest thing is going to be like the relics that we choose. Like, what do we want them to be? How many do we want them to have? I'm thinking somewhere between 10 and 20 of them. And I don't know, like, this is something we're going to have to, like, answer in the middle of making the game. You're faster than me at typing. Yeah? So I'm going to say internet leaderboard. No if GG Yes if web-based. But I want to have like a pretty big caveat there. But also have a tab for local, like the same machine. So what we can do here is if it's a web-based, we can have like a tab of like local high scores, like all of your high scores, and then another tab for like world high scores, and they'll put you into the list. But then you don't like it won't by default show you that tab, so that way it will only go there if you really want to like compare yourself with everybody else. Should we support free play, no timer? And if we do no timer, should we even do score? Probably not. So I think yes, we should. Yes, but no score. So in our options, we're gonna want free play mode on off. Okay, how many relics do we want to have? We'll figure that out later. What should relics be? I think this is a good place to start. So I need you to. Okay, back there. how many is this? One. Let's actually make this a list. One. Will this auto like do numbers for me? Sometimes these do. Sometimes they don't. No, okay, they don't. Wait, do I need to make this 1 and 2? No, okay. When I save, it doesn't make it do extra numbers. Do 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so as we come up with more ones, I want at least 10. So we can do at least 10, most 20. Okay. Do you want to be able to gain lives? I'm thinking no off the top of my head. I'm thinking that I just want when you die, you have to start over. But you have 3 lives already, so I think this will be fine. So we're just gonna say no. What devices the game gonna be played on? So this is gonna be what we have to like figure out is what can these 2 devices support? Now, if they can't support any of these things, boy, I almost forgot. The Raspberry Pi is an option for us. I would need at least a week. Like, I would need to have this completed at least a week before we're done so that I can package up the Raspberry Pi and ship it off to them. With mail in the US right now, it's very questionable how fast things are going to be able to go with like how defunded the USPS has gotten in the recent times. I'm going to go ahead and say no for Rust and Bevy right now. I don't think that it's far enough along for us. In order of my like desire. I think it would be something like this. Where we're going to say, okay, Rust and GGZ is going to be my top, like, this would be the best option that I could have. It runs on their computer. It'll also run on a Raspberry Pi if I want it to. That means they can like play it anywhere they want to go, and they don't need internet access. With Western WebAssembly, it'll run on their phones, and if it runs on their phones, our controller system, we're gonna have to figure out touch controls, because they won't have a keyboard. So we'll have to like do something like hold the right hand side of the screen for like we're running to the right. That's gonna be a little bit more interesting. And then the rest is just going to be like if WebAssembly isn't available, then either P5 or just vanilla on Canvas or some other game framework, which I haven't figured out what that would be. I'm hoping it doesn't get down here. And then should we buy them a controller or keyboard? If it's Rust and GGEZ, I'm thinking that like probably should. And the Nintendo Classic Keyboard is actually one we found based upon a link that Utsby sent us. I found it through that link because the one that Utsby had isn't available in the United States. It's only available in the UK. And then finally, do we need to figure out what we're building for Windows? I mean, the answer really is like no, but it would be nice. Obviously, we don't need a certificate if we're doing web-based. That's another consideration. So with that, I think we have a decent plan for this, architecture-wise. It's probably going to be different in a WebAssembly game, but let's do architecture. I don't think we're going to need to go into a full ECS system for this. This is going to be a simple enough that I think that we can use just a component-based. So we're going to do component-based architecture. Now, what we are going to want to do is have a configuration, like a game design file, essentially. Either in JSON or RSON. I came on saying RSON, but it's really RON format. RON format. Now, what does that mean for us? We're gonna be able to put in the all the little bits of that that make the game up goes into here. Beanie Bounty, yes, we have a cat cam. Kid Cat is here. Although he's pointed away from the camera, so you don't get to see his face. But Zilby is hanging out with us on stream today. Okay, so the game design file, this is where we're going to be able to control things like speed of player, like the jump height, like the jump, like the jump speed / gravity. Like all of those type of things will be controlled through this file. So at the beginning, we're gonna have to load up the file in the main file here. So like, for example, here we'll have to load up, use whatever, like turn it into like the various objects. So like deal with that. It's a pain, but it's nowhere near what we need to do. Do a backflip. I can't do a backflip. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. I can't do a backflip. So the answer is nope. I know it's sad. I'm not very athletic. Okay. Then also, we're gonna put in all of like the relics. Well, the map too. It's like the game map is gonna go into here, probably an array. And now, is that going to be true? So if we take a look at, yeah, okay, I think we want to do an array. So what would this end up looking like? Let's actually figure this out. If we have our object and we do something like our like game map, and that would be an array of probably objects for each screen. Beanie Bounty, what kind of game are you making? You're thinking about starting up a new game dev project with Three.js, planning to use TypeScript and Webpack. Oh, nice. With a Node backend. Oh, that's pretty nice. I have not used Three.js, but I've heard really good things about it. So the game that I'm planning to make is essentially a clone of Pitfall. If you haven't heard of Pitfall, because you're not older like me, Pitfall was a game released on the Atari 2600, and this is a video of like what Pitfall looks like. It's very much a like a super basic game. There's not too much to like do in it, but also I'm building this game for my father for a Christmas present, because this was his one of his favorite games to play, and then also one of the last games that he said he could play before games got just too complex and he couldn't beat them. So this is it's actually much harder than it looks like. This person that is playing it did it all in one go. I think only losing 1 or 2 lives. But Yeah, not showing. Like here, let me turn on the sound for it. Very much like very old school sounds. The one town sound effect. The best part is when he gets on the rope swing. Uh, yeah. So, um, to like create the map, Bean Bounty, thank you so much for the subscription. Um, you'll be here for the ride. Awesome. Yeah. So like, I'm gonna give myself it's essentially a month and a half. We'll have a month and 3/4, month and a half, 3/4 to complete this project. Because obviously it's a Christmas gift. I want it to be on their computer at Christmas time. Okay, so if I want this map to show up, if we take a look at this, each screen is like I don't need to pan or like have a camera for like camera moving back and forth. It's a full screen per page. I do have a Discord. It should be if I do Discord, bang Discord. It says a link to join the Discord. Let's see. So, um, for this, if I want like no matter what, we're gonna have trees, so that should be fine for there. Now we're gonna have an underworld, like a cave system, and the overworld. So that's probably gonna be overworld. That can be an object, and we'll have caves or like cave be an object. And so then in here we'll have to choose like what goes on here. And I don't know if I want to like do like true or false or maybe like an array of items that could go on here. So we can do maybe instead of um, an object, it could be an array. And we can do something like a string goes in here of like lake. Like for example, if I want to do this one right here, we'll do lake. Inside the lake, we'll have crocodiles, and that would, I guess, be it. And then cave. Ooh, hold on, I've got lunch here. All right, liquid lunch. My wife made me a smoothie, a green smoothie for lunch, which I think is gonna be the last one I'm gonna have because it's gonna get too cold to have them in wintertime. Plus, also I think we ran out of our frozen fruits finally. Okay, so in cave, um, there's not really anything in here. It's just like a full cave, but there is a scorpion. So if we do something like this, well, that means we're gonna need to. Let's see. We also have like the player. So like the player has a speed. This is gonna be an object. So we're gonna have a speed of something like I don't know, 5.0. We'll have a jump velocity probably.
And this could be something like negative 10.0. Okay. Now we're gonna have the image here. So what do I want to do with that? Like, we're gonna have like the sprite, probably some kind of sprite image for the player. So I'm gonna want to like dynamically grab this out, like at the beginning of the game to load it into memory. But I want to be able to change the sprite or change like what's moving here. So we're gonna have the sprite system. So maybe this will be like sprites. And we're gonna have to do an object here, so we're gonna have like standing. So standing still, and this will be like a file. So we're gonna have to do something like assets / player standing dot png. That's like probably what's gonna be similar to. Then we can do running right. You know what? I don't actually want to put like this in here. We're gonna just give it a the name of like where it's gonna be in here. So this is gonna be player running right.png. Now, if I want to like have that assets folder, I should probably put this down here. We're gonna have assets. Maybe like an assets folder. This would be like in assets. Okay. So that way we now know like a combination of this is going to be go into like the root folder for assets and then load up this. Okay, easy enough. So we have running right. If we run left, that's going to be just the opposite of running right. Is that correct? I want to mirror the entire image. So that'll be running to the left. Then we have jumping. Player jumping.png. What else do we have? We have player injured. Or maybe like hurt. Player hurt.png. What else happens here? Oh, writing. Okay. There's also swinging. So when they're swinging on the vine. So player swing.png. Let's see. So we have standing, running right, running left is counted in that. They can jump, they can get hurt, they can swing, they can climb down and climb. So climbing. Is there crouching or something on nature? No, I don't think this game has like a crouching sign. So I haven't played this game. Like I vaguely remember playing this game when I was super young. On the Atari. We had an Atari system. I don't even remember what happened to it. We must have thrown it away or given it away or sold it at some point in time. I watched through this entire long play and I didn't see any like this is the most crouch that it got. So I think climbing here, climbing. We might want something like a dead player. Running left. Actually, so my thought is I'm going to have running left be a mirror of running right. So I could take the running right animation and I don't have to like recreate that for the left side. We'll just mirror it and then that'll be running left. Am I going to have a twist the game? Yes. I just don't know what that twist is going to be yet. So we have to figure out what the twist is, like for us. Now, do I want like a death sprite? Like when they die, do I want something to have happen? You should make the character look like my dad, pixelated, of course. That's asking a lot from my pixel drawing skills, which are not very much right now. That would be cool if I could like, give him like the the hair color, but beyond that, I don't know if you'd be able to recognize it because it would be so pixelated. But yeah, like Chantilly has a good point. 8-bit limitations, absolutely. Chantilly has a really, really good point, which is, what is my twist on this going to be? Like, what's the unique thing that is not in the original game that I want to have in this game? Or is it really just going to be a clone, or it's just going to be like an homage to this game? Now, when we hit, like when we die, I don't know if I need. Is there any way to regain health? In the original game, there was no way to regain health. You just you go, and if you die, oh, you get a birthday cake or something instead of the standard heals. The heart, like maybe we could have food. We could have food to heal. Oh, that could be nice. So maybe like something for sprites that we can do is we could have picking up. Doesn't change gameplay really, just an extra life. You're right, yeah. So like right now, picking up is not a sprite that the original game has. So if we go over to this, go until we find one that has a thing in it. Okay, this one, here it goes. Here's a relic, for example, and that's just the animation for picking up. There is no animation; it just disappears. So we might want to have a pickup animation. So this is gonna be interesting because standing is going to be just a single image. Running right, however, is going to be at least 2 images. It's going to be essentially like standing to the side, and then with legs out and arms out, and then back to standing to the side, and then just sort of like repeat that over and over. So when thinking about this, these are probably going to have to be objects themselves. So it's not really going to be. Nope, I don't want to do that. It's going to be like name. We're going to have file. Player standing. And then we're going to have like the number of sprites. Like, I guess, does there need to be a sprite sheet or not? So sprite sheet is going to be false. It's just going to be an image on itself. So this is sprite count. Sprites in there, which we don't need at all. So taking this into consideration, oh, nope, yeah, it's more of this into consideration here, like that. And you go into here. So let me. I guess we don't need this. If this is just an example, I don't need to like figure everything out. I just need to figure out like what the general shape of this is going to look like. So like player, then we'll have like some properties for the player going into here, like speed and jump velocity, sprites. So we'll have like the standing. Okay, so when you're standing. So I don't know if I like this because I don't know if it's going to be easy to dynamically take each key to create what type of thing it is. So we have I'm wondering if maybe it would make more sense to make this an array. So you give me an array. And so you'll have instead an object. And this will be like a sprite object. And so we could have this could be type. And type will be a sprite sheet. So in this case, it's just like player standing, it'll just be an image. The file name will be player standing.png. Then we we'll need like a width and a height. So like the size to it. Like width. And that will be something like I don't know, 250.0. Height is going to be like 500.0. I'm just making this up. It doesn't have to make sense. Like, that'd be perfect right now. Yes. Okay. That gives us our sprite. So type, file name, width and height, and an optional count. So then if we come to this one. Oh, you know what? We need like what this is for. So like what would this for? This would be for player standing. So I guess this is for like image. Oh, name. This could be name of the image is player standing. So then here we would have name is player jumping. We'll have file name. We'll have type. This will be sprite sheet. Okay, so in sprite sheet, it's gonna be interesting. We're gonna have width and height of the entire sprite sheet. Is that true? No, I don't think we need that. Like, I don't even think we need width and height because I can grab that out of the file itself. For this, I just need the count of sprites. And then we have to decide, are we going to have count of sprites down also, or is it just going to be across? I want to argue that we should just have sprites across. Unless we want to resize your sprite. I mean, that's true. I don't want to resize my sprite if I can help it. So like the count of sprites. So like sprite count is going to be something like 3. There's so player jumping. There's standing. So that's like this one. So I guess jumping is like what? You're like up with your legs across, legs apart. Because when this character jumps, it's just one. I guess in player jumping, it doesn't make as much sense. It's running that I think we're gonna have multiple sprites. So player running, and we could actually name this player running right. And file name, for example, could be player running because it's obvious it's going to be player running. But we'll just do that there. This will be sprite sheet. So player running is going to be like we have the standing facing to the right. We have like moving like this, and then back to normal. So like between 2 and 3, and then basically we could have a whole bunch more sprites for the player that we need. It's like jumping, falling, dying, dead. That those all get added in. Technically speaking, I would create a hash map or an object, depending upon what language you're familiar with. And I could store the name as the key and the image as the value. And I'm going to have some kind of wrapper to go over static images or sprite sheets. Because if it's static image, it's just obviously that one image. If it's a sprite sheet, it's going to be a series of images that have to have their own state of which one they're playing so they can group through them. So that's going to be fun. So we're going to have like a sprite system. Okay, so then after this, you become a closed array. So that gives us the sprites. Now, we want sounds too. So we might want to do something like sounds as well. Now for this one, I wonder if it should be the same thing, where it's going to be an array of objects. so I can know like what actions like um what actions to do with what sounds. Because if I can make it so that I can essentially control this game through this JSON file, um, and control is maybe not one, but like a majority of the game creation is through the JSON file, and then the programming is really just linking it up to make it happen. It's essentially an engine on top of an engine. Then that would make it so we could spend more time tweaking this JSON file, which would make it faster for iterations for like actually making the thing work the way I want it. So for example, I want to hit the right arrow button and have the character move right across the screen. So how is that going to work? We're going to have to say maybe like actions. So we probably have like controls. Like a control section. And in here we'll have like keyboard. And in here we'll have something like move right. And that is whatever. Oh, you know what? Because like there's a right key. There is a right key. Like right arrow. Something like that. But I probably want to use the key number for that, but I don't think GGEZ allows me to do something like that. Because if I do yeah, because we have this, it's an enum for like key code right. What is the key code? I'm really curious about this. Like, so I have A. That's not really giving me much. How are you created? Okay, it's a repr of U32, so I can convert. I can get the U32 out of this. Okay. Okay. So if we come back to here, so let's actually go back into our main. Our update here is fine. This is fine. We're gonna have key down event. Context, get the key code, key modifiers, and repeat. So if all I care about is the key code, let's do a print line. Key code. I want to do, okay, so I want key code as a U32. And I think I can do that. Pull you in. Pull you in. Okay, so you're happy. Now if I run this, So if I press like right arrow, what? Okay. Oh, 109 is alt. 109 must be alt. Uh, I'm gonna turn off. Excuse me. I'm gonna turn off full screen type. So that way we can watch this at the same time. Oh, you need to be semicolon. Okay, so right arrow is 72, alt is 109. Okay, so that means I give key code as U32. If that's so, let's do this. If I do 72, are you equal to key code? Will this give me a boolean? No. Okay. How about code.into? No. Okay. So then I need to do an as U32 here, and then that should work. So as this is going, if I hit right arrow, we get true. Anything else, we get false. So then what this means is we can use key codes here. So keyboard move right can be 72. Move left can be, it's actually, just to make this easy, let's just print line key code as U32 and replay this. So now I can see what key code it is. So left arrow is 70. Okay, so 70. Jump. $76. Then we have down and up. So we have climb. That'll be up arrow 71 and descent 73. Okay, so if we do something like this, we have like the controls now set up for this. Oh, cat wants to go outside. I need to go let him out. I think he's hungry, and that's. But we didn't have food right outside, so I can't like bring the food in for him to eat here. He's gonna have to go find it on his own. We have a bunch of food from downstairs in the kitchen, so he could go find it down there, or he could just go bother my wife and try to convince her to give it to him right there. He can hunt for food. Yes, he probably can. He's been getting more and more confident, so he'll probably like be willing to go find it. Okay, so those are all the keys that we really care about here. So we have the sprites. So this is really interesting. It's like, do I actually want to organize it by like this, where sprites, or do I want to organize it by actions? Um, like, do I want to say something like we have um, jump velocity and speed? Those would be properties. What if I do like actions? And so if I do an action of like jump, so an action jump would be sprite would be player jumping. We'd have sound player jumping. So like here's where I would potentially put one of these, right? Like in here the sprite would be then this object. So if I copy you, put you in here, you're not very happy. 7. There you go. Okay, so sprite would be type image, file name player standing, name player standing. So this would be jumping. It also plays the sound, player jumping. I wonder if I would do something like .og. I don't know what, like, I haven't made sounds yet before. This will be an adventure as well. I don't know if it needs to be like an MP4 or a I guess an MP3 or an OGG file or anything else. Like I don't know what version, like what type of file I want to use. Okay, so that's jump. Now with this, we also want like a jump velocity that could come into here. This might be the best because it allows me to like combine together and design like, okay, I want to design jump. All of the jump stuff is right here. When you jump, you play this image or you display this image. You also start the sound, and then this is like the properties for jump. Oh, I wonder if I want like keyboard for it too. It's like we have key. What do they call down here? We have controls. Like controls. And then I want something like this would be like keyboard 76. And then I can do something like controller. I don't know what they look like. Can I actually get the controller information? Hmm. So how would I use? Is there examples? Turns the gamepad associated with that IB. Is there like a list of gamepads? Okay, so oh weird, button south. So I guess theoretically we could do gamepads in here. So in our event loop, we'll let some event equals gears that next event match this event. Okay, so before that we need to get the gamepad, right? I don't think I can just use that. Where's it getting? Okay, so loop if let some ID goes player one. Okay, so basically just here's next event. Oh, so we're gonna get it like an event ID. Oh, this is kind of weird looking. So if I were to let's do a little bit of a example. So I have a Logitech gamepad right here. If I plug this in to the computer, okay, so we're gonna need to move you over there. Can I make you over to the side? Can I make you go away? No. No? Okay, fine. That is the wrong one. Need you anymore. Need you. Okay, so I'm going to save you and into the main library. Okay, so in our main loop, so here's our main loop for this. We'll let some. So let's do this down here. Well, let. This is basically going to get every event from a gamepad since the last time through the loop. So while let some event gers. So import you. Dot. Oh, but I have to do. Okay, so we need to store you. So. Okay. Then we create you. This is going to be. Yours is Question mark? What type of return are you? Maybe. Okay, so then down here is gonna be self that. Yours. Next event. Okay, so it's gonna give me. Let's debug this event. Let's see what it is that we've got. So if I press, so nothing so far. If I press a button, ooh. Okay, so gamepad ID, so we can get the gamepad ID. I pressed the A button right here. So that's south. What effect is that? Snowing? Kind of. I was thinking rain originally, but like it could be snow too. What the heck is this? Okay, so we have code, EV code 12. Interesting, and time, system time for that. South and 1.0. Oh, okay, so we have event ID gamepad 0. What happened here? Okay, so that was the first one. We had event ID 0, and then just button pressed south. I was still holding it down the next time that the frame came around. So what's this? That we now have like a 1.0. And then we don't have it again here. Oh, it's 0. Now it's 0. Because it stopped being pressed. If I do B really quickly. Is east, 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 east. Okay, then it was south. So east, code 13. This is going to be so weird because if I get that gamepad that only has 2 buttons, what is it going to be? East and west? I don't know. That's so weird. I don't want to have to like start the game up by saying, "Okay, now press the button for like jump." I'm gonna have to get the command and figure out what these are, like east, west, and then do them. But out of curiosity, this entire east thing says event button changed. Which is a tuple struct. So the first one of it. So I want event dot dot 1. So I want that. Okay, so I was wrong there. Okay, so we do GERS new result occurs error. Oh, and then we want to do next event. Oh, there's a set mapping. So that's helpful maybe. Returns next pending event. So option event. Okay, so we get the ID and the event data. It's an enum. Oh, that's not helpful. So event dot event, we got a button changed. That was this one right here. And then up here we got nothing. Button changed. So button changed. Value button is changed. Value can be in range of 0 or 1. So it changed to 1. This is what I care about. Button pressed. Some button on gamepad has been pressed. Okay. So it's a button pressed. And then it has a code. Which is this fun thing. Platform specific event code. Oh god. Okay, so I can get the U32 for this. Okay, so if it's button pressed, so what I want to do is say if let this is gonna be code equals events dot event. What does this look like? The event comes in, so event dot event, and it's sometimes it's gonna be one of these. Okay, I see. Event type. So we're gonna get the event type. Jeez. Okay, so we're gonna get the event type out of event.event is going to be event type. So what I really want to do is match event.event. And so if we do event type event type button pressed, we're going to get button and code. then want to debug code. I guess I could debug both. Otherwise, I want to just completely ignore what this is. There's no op that. Expect a type unit, found tuple. Wait, the return type or line 57. Since I only care about one of these things, let's actually if let it. So if let button pressed, and we're gonna get button and code equals event.event. Oh, and this is button type, button pressed. Okay, there we go. Then in here, we can maybe debug button and code. There we go. Okay, so now we can run this and see what we're going to get out of here. So I'm going to hit the bottom button A, button south, code 12. Okay, and then for this code, there was like a 2 into U32. Okay, let's try this again. So button south, but 12. So if I do, okay, I'm really curious. It's 29, 27, 30, 28. That's the same, okay, that's 25. You don't get those at all. So like this doesn't like get caught even if I'm whatever mode I'm in. X, those, we get the triggers. Interesting. So it starts so high. For this button. Repr U16. I wonder if that's going to be the exact same thing. Interesting. Okay. So I wonder if it's U16. So if I could do button as U16, what do we get here? So then if I do, aha, okay, this is making a lot more sense. So now, so I get 15 with the right hand. Not moving it left and right, but pressing in gives me. Okay, so if I have like two buttons, like A and B, for example, these would be 1 and 2. So I could check to see if it's button 1 or button 2. That's what I would end up having to do. Is do something like controller button 1 would be jump. Okay, so we have jump. That gives us all of these things. Run is going to have the other type of sprite. So let's do that. Actions. You're going to be run right. Controls, keyboard, what was that, 72? Controller, so that's going to be, I can think I have like 14 on my controller, but it would obviously have to be, like I have to figure out what those controllers are and figure that out. Don't need jump velocity, but I do need velocity. So velocity for run right would be like I don't know, 15, not 0. Our sprite would be sprite sheet. And sound, we wouldn't have any sound for normal running. And we could have footsteps, but I think we could just avoid that because that might be too annoying. Oh, so type spreadsheet, file name, and so this is where we would then have to say also count. It would be something like 3. There'd be 3 images in that spreadsheet. So doing a system like this would help a lot in like then I could say, okay, well I want to like change the sound. Let me just change the files here instead of like having to recompile by changing the code for that. It would make it a lot simpler and I wouldn't have to recompile nearly as often when I'm sort of playing the game. Also, if I wanted to patch the game, like add new files, add new commands, our actions than or like support different controllers. Like in the case that in the case that the controller system was wrong or they changed their controller type, we could just mess with this file. Okay, so we have player speed act, like the actions that we can take. These sprites go away. These sounds go away. Then we'd have the map. So overworld, lake crocodiles, like okay, what would have in them? Assets folders, like the root assets folder would go in here. Controls, like so we're gonna remove this. That section goes away. Because now each of these are gonna have their own sections of like what their controls are for it. And let's see. So our map, if we have something like, go back to our image here. We'll choose a random one in here. This is a good one. So we have empty, but we have a staircase down. So this one, let's actually just go to the beginning. This is like starting off. So we have a stairway down. So stairs. And we also have a barrel. And this could be like a barrel static, as opposed to like a barrel moving. And then the cave, this has like a wall right. So we could do like end right, and that means like open to the left. Oh, end stairs, I suppose. If I do the same location from the bottom to the top, then I would need them to to match up that we have stairs. I don't know where I would want like maybe the overworld wouldn't care about the stairs. Maybe it would just be something like, hey, we have stairs. When that happens, the overworld has like a hole to go into the stairs. Now, because of this, we're gonna have enemies. And this is gonna have to be an object, so we're gonna have like barrel. And so a barrel is well, we're gonna have a sprite. So that's gonna be the same thing as this. Okay, so type image. This will be just barrel. Name barrel. And so that way we can then look into barrel and find it in enemies. And so like maybe this shouldn't be enemies, because then we're gonna want to also put in the relics that we find in here too. So instead of enemies, we could just do this as like items. I really know like there's so many different things that could fall into this category. Okay, so we have barrel comes in here, and right. Um, that means we're gonna have it like the wall, so like the end of this. Lord Mist, hello. Good afternoon. For my side, I think is it evening for you? Yeah, you haven't been here in a long time. Well, welcome back. It's great to have you. It is evening for you. Okay, I was correct. So basically, we have end right to denote that there is no way to go to the right. Um, and then we have a stairs to denote that in the middle of this, we have the ability to go up. And so we could always just like note, and we probably want to like um, to note that its location. What are we program? We're beginning a brand new project. I'm going to be making a clone slash like game heavily inspired by Pitfall, which was an really old Atari 2600 game. Oh, you're trying Alacrity as your terminal? I would love to find out how that is. So, I've heard of Alacrity, but I've never used it myself. Um, it's pretty neat. Awesome. Alacrity is made in Rust, right? Using it right now together with Tiny to chat. Oh, cool. So, we want like a location of where these are, right? So, for example, if we take a look at the first one there we have here, barrel. We have its sprite. That's fine, but we also are going to need a location. And so that would be something like the X. And that might be something like, I don't know. This is going to be interesting. If I have different, if I have different resolutions for this, how is this going to work? Am I going to like build this out for like exact pixels for like one resolution and then have to like go back and forth? Or am I going to have to do something like it's 80%? I don't like the idea of 80%. Now I could do things like say, things can spawn in center, left, or right. But I kind of like the idea of moving, like giving a specific, like exactly where it is. And then maybe what we'll have to do here is like for this file, we're gonna have to say like the resolution for this. The assumed resolution is width 1920 by 1080. And so then in the X, I could then say here, we're going to start at 1920 by like, I don't know, 1800. We're still in the planning stage. I'm spending a lot more time planning this than previously. So I've done two coding things for this. I created a demo, GGEZ demo, which is this. I'm going to be giving this to so I guess like a really quick recap for you, Lord Mist, and anybody else who came really recently. This project is going to be a Christmas gift for my father specifically, and it's because I'm not going to be able to go visit them this year, and my mom is easy to buy gifts for. She actually plays a lot of modern games, although they're mostly adventure games. But there's still plenty of those in the market that I can give her. For my dad, however, he hasn't been able to play games I don't know, since the Atari time, because they've just gotten too complex for him, gotten too fast. And so I wanted to create Pitfall, which was the last game that he was able to play that he really loved. So that's like the idea. Now they have a Windows Surface notebook, which is highly like it's one of those like I don't know if it's gonna be able to run um, these games. Like I just don't know how well it's gonna run. So I created this in and I put that up onto S3. I also put the WebAssembly. I hosted that into S3 as well. So that way I can have them go on their phone to WebAssembly, and I could go to what is it called? I could have them download and try to run this executable to see whether or not which of them work. If it is WebAssembly only, then we're going to be building a WebAssembly game with Rust. If it's GGZ works, we're going to run this one. I think it's actually going to be hard for you to write a game that doesn't run smoothly. I really hope so. I've heard that those Surface books, and I don't know if they have the Pro or the not Pro. The Surface books are like very low. They don't have very much. I don't even think they have video cards in any way whatsoever. I don't even know if they have an integrated video card. It's just it's interesting. Now the other thing, Lord Mist, that you didn't see is that we figured out that if I can do a some kind of a GG Easy system, I can connect up and figure out like we can actually get access to the controller and use this, and I can figure out what the buttons that I'm pressing on. Of course, they have an integrated GPU, otherwise there'd be no video output. I guess like but it's probably terrible. And Utsby shared it didn't he shared a controller that we could try, and we found this online. So I could buy Nintendo style controllers that are super simple that he might be able to use. And our worst case scenario is going to be just building a Raspberry Pi and essentially our own controller, like our own console, and ship that out to him that he could play. So that's going to be our plan. Oh, it's be your updating Tiny. Nice. Okay, so with all that being said, we're coming back to here. We're figuring out, so our barrel, for example, would have a location of like 1800, and our Y of I don't know, let's see, 1920 by 1080. So like it would be like I don't know, 500 Y down, let's say. It would also have a velocity of x 0 and y of x would be negative 5, let's say, and y would be 0 to 0. And then we'd want collision, I guess like type enemy. And so by type enemy, I can say collision detection is on. If the player hits this, it's going to damage the player and remove 1 health. Okay, so if we have that, then we have like end right. So we're probably gonna want to like have the end have a location also. So let's go with items down here. We have end right, and that's gonna give us We don't necessarily need to have a sprite for this, but maybe we do. I was thinking it would just end that sort of like the black cave part, and so instead of like a weird wall in there, it would um, it would just be nothing. It would like just be floor, just be ground. Um, so where that would be we would have to have a location. So X would be something like I don't know, 800. Now by end right, that means all the end rights are going to be consistent across where this is. So we can just play around with that. Y. And this could be something like, I don't know, 900. I don't know. Let's see. There is not going to be a image for that. It doesn't have a velocity and it doesn't have a type. So it's really just going to be like this end right location. And then stairs. It's going to be another one of these. So with stairs, we'll have to have a sprite. So I'll have one of these. Type is image. File name is stairs. Name is stairs. We'll have the location. And this will probably be somewhere in the middle. So if we say something like it's 400 across and it's like starting at 600 down. There's no velocity, so we don't have to worry about that. And its type. Oh, we should give like the end right a type, so it knows what to really think about. So its type for end right is just going to be like cave, like wall. Not sure, like background almost. Whereas this one, its type is, I guess that would also be like background type, because it's controlling. This is controlling how the like what is displayed in there, like what's available. It sits behind other things. Yeah, I'm not sure what to. We'll have to figure out what the types are supposed to be for this. It might also be backgrounds. Now if we do, let's do like one of the ones that moves. It's like barrels moving. So if we move to the next screen, let's say to the right, then we'd have. Actually, just copy. Okay, so we have overworld. We would have barrels moving. Let's say we don't have end right. We would have to have an end left. So that way it doesn't start. You can't move into the left where there is no right-hand side. Let's say we don't have stairs. There's just, that's what it is. It's just end left. There's no stairs going down. It's just open. And if we have barrels moving and nothing else, that gives us U. So if we take a look at this barrels, so U will be barrels moving. All right, so sprite type. This will be a sprite sheet. We need to go find the sprite sheet. You'll be player run. So file name. You're gonna be barrel moving. Name is barrel moving. Okay. Barrel moving and count. So maybe for this one, there's only 2 images in that sprite sheet. Okay, then its locations, like the location of where these start, would be probably off screen to the right. So if it was 1920, it would be something like 2000. Or maybe we can do it 1920, 1919, like 40. And Y might be like the 500 too. Who knows? A velocity would be x minus 5. Oh, these barrels aren't moving. They would have no velocity. And type enemy. So if they hit you, they kill you. And we might even want like a count of like how many we could possibly have, and they like repeat over and over. So it could be we could randomly generate them too, like generate every like between every. So generate every and then it could be like n seconds. I don't know exactly how I want to like store that inside of a JSON file to like denote. I want like 4 or 5 of them, and I want them to be kind of regular but also like random at the same time. So like I want to generate like 2 of them, and then wait a certain amount of time, and then generate 2 of them again. Then sometimes just generate 1 of them. Yeah, so that would be interesting. So like in the room, we're generating barrels, and it could be a double barrel or a single barrel. That'd be interesting. So I have to figure out how I want to like denote that in JSON. So I might be getting to the point where now I'm over planning the JSON file and how it is. I think just knowing that I need the JSON file, that's going to be like super helpful in making of how I arrange all the code. Knowing that I'm going to have all the different screens is going to be helpful in like figuring out where like all the different states that I'm going to have, and like our starting state, our ending state. We're gonna like be able to restart the game right from like the ending screen. So I think I'm gonna have this, but this is obviously something can be easily like maybe needs to be changed. Now tickets wise, like generating tickets or issues, I guess I don't think I can do that until I know what technology I'm doing. Because if this is GGEZ, that's like one set of there's going to be a lot of stuff to do that's unique to GGEZ. And if it's WebAssembly, and if it's not WebAssembly, like each of those 3 different types of technologies, different issues. So I think what I want to do, I'm starting to feel really, really tired. I'm starting to feel like that foggy / like unable to create words out of my mouth. All that, all that good stuff. So I think what I'm going to do is wind down the stream. But before we do that, let's go ahead and play. Well, you know what I haven't done? I want to create. How do I do that? I want to update manage rewards. That was what I want to do. Come in here. For construction points. Oh, come on. Manage rewards and challenges. Oh, I have it already. Play this. Get the streamer game. Never mind. I totally forgot that I already created that. Never mind. So with that, let's go ahead and look for somebody to raid. Since we're winding down the stream. I'm the only one on the Rust Stations team that's streaming Rust right now. Is Mr. Halsey not online? He was online when I started. Like, we started around the same time. Oh, Mr. Halsey is hosting Museum. Wait a second. Museum's not. Is Museum not on the Rust Stations team? Oh, that's interesting. Oh, my chat all came back. I'm used to, like, when I switch away to, like, a different page, my chat is just gone forever. But it came back. They updated. Lord Miz, you're back. You only wanted to update Tiny, but end up with messing with Alacrity some more. Oh, that's so easy to fall into, like, all those little tiny little tweaks and updates. By the way, before you go, Alacrity, what's the URL for that? I would love to check it out. Is it Alacrity like that? Alacrity, yes. Cross-platform, GPU enabled. Let's see. Oh, and it enables Windows. Are you running on Windows or Linux? Okay, so I can set up all those. Nice. You're on Windows? Nice. I'll have to play around with it. Sort of like see how it works. But with that, we're figuring out who to raid. Mr. Halsey is offline. Let's see. People that I see online. Pretty much Museum is the only one. Museum never talks. Museum doesn't have a microphone. So they're playing. So let me know. You want to get raided? You want to raid Museum? Who does a ton of work in the Rust community. He's a pretty amazing software developer, and he shows up to other people's streams all the time to say hello and also give help. So I'm thinking about raiding them. Go ahead and do it. Let's do raid. Museum, start the raid. In the meantime, I'm going to switch over to, where's OBS? You are. Switch over to ending screen. Thank you, everybody, for stopping by and watching. This has been a lot of fun sort of preparing for and getting ready for this next project. I'm hoping that it's going to go pretty smoothly and also be a lot of fun to play and build. So I'll be starting with this again, hopefully with some programming inside of it, tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. Mountain Time. I'm streaming every weekday morning at 7 a.m. Mountain Time. So with that, have a great rest of your Sunday, and I shall see you next time. Bye!